Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We are going to start a micro challenge for low population count. Why am I doing this and what is it? Well, right now it's really hot outside where I am and I can't really focus on anything specific and on any larger challenge. So I'm going to try something that I thought might be challenging, but I have no idea if it actually is. What am I thinking about? The challenge right now that I want to start. Well, let's get on a map first. It doesn't matter which map, because it's not going to... Basically, we're only probably going to build one town. The challenge is going to be that we are only allowed to get migrants once. And by get migrants once, I mean once you have a building, you're only allowed to click the get migrants button once. So you either get 10 migrants from third world countries without any education, you get 10 regular migrants from Soviet countries, or you get 5 experts. Now in my mind, I think if we were to get experts, I think that would be the easiest way, because in my mind, getting workers from a customs house, the problem is usually that you don't get many foreign experts. So if I were to get migrants that were experts themselves, it would probably work the best. But yeah, let's lay down the rules for this challenge. What I'm thinking about is a small series. Maybe it's not even going to be a series, maybe it's going to be a really quick failure, maybe, I don't know. So the start has been defined as I can only click the get migrants button once. And the goal is to get, I think, 1,000 citizens. So 1,000 people living in our republic. That means, in our case, we will probably start with 10 people and have to grow them up to 1,000. I have no idea if this is really boring, if this is really exciting. I just thought it would be fun to see if we can keep a population happy and well supplied in a starting settlement. We'll probably have to start out by giving them the best quality housing that we can muster. So these quality bricks seem the most... Oh, these ones are even better. Well, I guess we're gonna get them one of these then. And we'll try and set up some settlement really quickly. Earning money is not going to be a priority. Growing the population is going to be the priority. We only need like a grocer and a store, I would imagine. And maybe I can use this opportunity to just try and design something that looks presentable. And it doesn't, as I said, it doesn't really matter where we start. Eastern border is probably the best option. So we'll start at this customs house. Lay down some basic construction, get a settlement going, and see what we can build for them. It also will probably be fairly close to the customs house because we will need a bus route constantly bringing workers here. Now ideally I think we should be really careful with pollution, with healthcare, because we only get 10 people and if something happens to them, that would be really, really bad. So I think healthcare probably has the highest priority, followed by education. And the downside is both of them require highly educated workers. So we'll probably have to set up a bus route that takes highly educated workers at all times. Let's set up some construction. Actually, let's try something different. Let's set up the fuel first. It's still gonna look the same, how it usually goes, I think. Actually, the fuel... Nah, it should be on this side road. When we upgrade these roads, we need to leave some space. So we have to make the best possible settlement for 10 migrants and then try to grow the population. Will it be successful? Will it be a failure after a few hours? I don't know. The only concern about money is that we don't run out before we get to 1,000 people. Other than that, there's no concern for failing because of bankruptcy. We are starting on the hardest difficulty, money, so it could come into play. But I believe that this challenge is probably gonna be decided before that. That is my assumption. So we'll just try build a really easy settlement and see if we can get things started. And if this is a successful, interesting challenge or not, remains to be seen. We'll use asphalt roads to make sure that we can get to the settlement as fast as possible. I don't have an electric connection over here, I just realized. Oh, we can draw an above ground wire to there. Or over here. That should be fine. Not going to plan for anything more than one settlement, really. Which one is the closest? This one. We'll build the road up first, and then we'll start worrying about the settlement. I think I can still have the heating plant relatively close to the settlement, but maybe in this case I'll make it so that the settlement is actually next to the road and the heating plant is at the end of the road. So we'll have a bus stop coming into the town. And then at the end would be the heating plant, which will need to be worked by foreign workers. And up here we'll have like a shopping center, a small grocer, and a small store. Nothing fancy really. Just the bare necessities, with a decent number of workers crewing them. Healthcare is going to be really important. And education is going to be somewhat important. I don't know if people get unhappy if they don't get an education. And they will start leaving if they can't work or do anything. But in my mind, trying to... Oh god, this is really hilly. In my mind, trying to keep the population numbers high is going to be of a higher priority at first. We'll also need a fire station. All people basically need to slot in wherever they find a workplace. There's going to be nothing defined for them. They do whatever they want to do to try and stay as happy as possible. One house to start out with. As long as it has heating, it will be enough. A waste storage to make sure we don't run into any pollution issues. Hello, CEO Wheel. Yes, a small challenge. The only challenge is we can get migrants once. That means 10 people at most. I'm gonna pick the medium challenge, which I think is 10 regular citizens from the Soviet countries. I think the easiest would be getting 5 experts, because they could crew the clinic and the school. I think the hardest one would be getting third world country workers. And the goal is getting to 1,000 people. I have no idea how difficult it is. Yes, 10 immigrants, 10 migrants. See if we can grow a population from that. So we're trying to get 10 migrants, and the goal is to get to 1,000 people living in this area. No other goal. So either we're gonna fail really early, or it's gonna be possible. And I hope it's gonna be possible, because it sounds interesting. Impossible. Of my experience was with minimum 50 migrants. Yeah. It might be a very quick fail. I don't know. I want to try and run this area with as many foreign workers as possible. The main thing we have to pay attention to is, I think, that our people get adequate health care, and that they stay as loyal as possible, and that they get an education. With mods only. Heating system. Well, we can still get foreign workers, that's not the problem. Running these facilities shouldn't be the problem, at least those that require a regular education. I think. Remains to be seen. 50 migrants without heating systems, okay. 2 years ago. Well, I'm always doing stupid stuff, so let's see how it goes. We need an indoor pool, because they need to get sport during winter, so that no one leaves. For being like annoyed at things. We'll have to make a decent investment into materials here. To get our citizens as happy as possible. I even probably have to get a museum up. Just so if we get one migrant who wants like to pray and stuff, they go there instead. This will also take care of the culture need, so we don't need a cinema. It wasn't time, no foreign workers. Oh yeah, true. So this is not going to replace any of our other games, but the other games were test games anyway so far. I haven't really thought about another proper challenge, so I figured might as well try something that should hopefully or probably not take too long and might still be interesting. They can reach the heating plant, they can reach everything from here, so works as intended. We will need water and sewage, which can all be handled by trucks. We will need electricity, which I'm setting up right now. And we'll need our fire station. Concrete plant was slower than taking concrete from customs. Okay. That sounds strange. I should probably get a paver and a roller. Increase the search radius for all of these to 3 kilometers so that they can build everything in this area. I believe we can set up the town in the first year again. It's going to be a little bit fiddly with all of the roads. I think I'll probably merge all of these so that they can build the whole road first. And then we hook up all of the other buildings after. That should speed things up quite a bit. So build all the way to the heating plant first. Get the one road set up. And then hook up all the other building constructions. We need a power line, we need another transformer. Well, the first transformer. And probably the only. How's the weather? Berlin is terrible. It's very hot. It's also why I didn't feel like putting too much brain power into a very big challenge right now. And even the game with the tourism was a little bit... I want to design a nice town. I also want to start a proper challenge again, I feel like. Canary Islands. Wow. It's hot and it's very humid, but it should cool down on Saturday, I think. I also don't like hot temperatures. When it's cold, or as cold as it gets here, you can do something against it, but when it's hot and there's no air conditioning propagated throughout our, well, I was gonna say republic, but throughout our nation. I like snow. "15 degrees is nice. 15 to 20. 10 degrees at night. The road construction shouldn't take too long. We want to get the fire station hooked up first. So this will get the first road connection. Yeah. Maybe another paver and roller. That's maybe another paver. Maybe. We'll have to turn our buildings to the lowest setting, the lowest amount of people working there. Well, for the clinic and the school. I still need a school, I still need a kindergarten. Still need electricity as well. Everything hooked up directly to the road. And can't forget about the school. Small school should be enough. Police station could be important. I don't think with 10 people it's gonna matter. I might be wrong. I'm gonna try without one. Now, getting a small university is... I don't think I can do that. Like, I have to balance between the clinic, the school, and the university, how I educate my people. I have to luck out with my 10 migrants that I get and hope that one of them has a university education. Did I live during the falling of the Berlin Wall? Yes, I did. But I was very young back then, so I have no recollection of that. I just know that my parents really liked to travel and take me to lots of different places after that. I don't remember seeing it. Alright, got our first asphalt road. Second one needs to be rolled. The truck is kind of busy. There we go. So this should be an easy to set up town. No nonsense, no industries. Just try and make good use of all of the resources that we have to keep our population happy. We'll need a free distribution office. We'll need a free technical service. And that should be good enough for our citizens' demands and waste handling. Oh no, I interrupted road construction. My bad. I thought it was already done. We need more than one technical service. We need Kawatal refrigeration. Concert for 3 days, Brandenburg tour. Yeah, I mean, as I said, I was too young for remembering any of that. I don't even remember if we had a TV back then, so... We were on the eastern side of the Berlin Wall. I think we had a black and white TV back then, but I don't remember. We also need a pub. Forgot about that. Yeah. As I said, I don't remember if we had a TV back then. I do know that we had a TV after that, for sure. And now you're in Berlin. Okay, paving is done. Assign everything to the customs house. Get a water and sewage truck. And then unassign everything because I don't want water and sewage to be carried to individual buildings right now. We'll also get a snowplow. As you do. And the snowplow shall only really plow asphalt roads, not even gravel roads. I'm gonna turn everything into asphalt. That should be plowed and leave the side roads as gravel. Okay. And covered hull truck. And let's add another covered hull truck. Speed things up a bit. I might add an industry just to see that we have 1,000, if we can get to 1,000 people and be profitable, but being profitable is not the goal. Okay. Need to finish the road, need to get the fire station hooked up, hopefully not have the transformer burn down in the meantime. And then hook up a bunch of footpaths to everything around this area. And then probably we'll start with like the university turned off. We'll just try and propagate regular education to our citizens, try to grow the population, and then maybe try and when we get to a decent amount of population, maybe we can turn off the clinic for a bit and try to run the university instead. It's gonna be a gamble, but we'll have to try and get some university education into our citizens. As I said, I don't know what kind of migrants we are gonna get. There might be one with university education, there might be none. If I just got 5 highly educated workers, I think it would be easier. It would be less people, but I think since they would be able to run the university and the school and the clinic, there would be fewer problems. We'll have to make good use of the few highly educated workers that we do get from the customs house. That's gonna be the challenge, I believe. And as I said, this could fail quite quickly. We'll basically have a dedicated microbus route that only deals with the highly educated workers. So you are always going to pick up highly educated workers from here. Only. Nothing else. No one else. And then drop them off in here. And then another bus route would bring in all of the other workers. But I guess I could also tell you that after you have loaded highly educated workers, then you can fill up the bus with anyone. Make sure to get the highly educated workers first, then fill up the bus, then go to the other bus stop. I guess we only need one bus route that way. That means we always get the highly educated workers, in theory. Maybe after the town has been fully built, I can drop a save and then we can test regular workers. If it fails, we could try 5 highly educated workers. If we succeed, we could try with 10 migrants from third world countries. Because the town setup should not be the thing that is the deciding factor. It would probably always be the same. Or very close to it. Could use the fast forward command, I guess. But I'll have to attach a bunch of roads really soon. There should be one more dump truck heading here, a little bit more asphalt, then roll it, and then we'll start with the construction of everything. The truck route for getting coal to the heating plant will be a direct route. And I guess I'll start building that one first, because it's directly connected to the road. Not sure how many more waste storages I will need here. Probably need to drop one in here to get all of these buildings covered. This one should take care of most things in this area, I believe. We'll have to check once we have everything hooked up by road. Come on, finish the road. Okay, fast forward. And there we go. Let's hook up all of the other roads. And let's see if with this one gets to everything. Everything over here is covered. So that's very good. Get all of these started. And then probably a smaller waste storage for the residential area on this side. We also have to deactivate get citizens, otherwise this building would fill up with a lot of people. Make sure that doesn't happen. And then start building all of that and get the footpaths hooked up again. Then the last thing we need is water and sewage, which is only 2 substations in total. And then we should be set up. Just gotta wait for everything to get built, I guess. I believe that everything can be built this year. We'll probably leave the heating plant at like 3 to 4 workers. All the other buildings will be like 2 workers. The clinic 1 or 2 workers, probably 1. The school might stay deactivated for now. I hope we get a few more workers. 2 highly educated workers would be nice. Do we have another customs house nearby? There's one where we drew the power line to. Because we could try and run a bus route here to get the highly educated workers from this area. Or I could try and set up some helipads and fly in people from the border. That would be... Flying people in by helicopter could help. Would need a passenger platform. I think I'll try and stick without helipads. We could fly a lot of people in, try and make this as livable as possible, but the amount of highly educated workers is basically the limiting factor right now. Another concrete mixer, because why not? And then watch the stress at the customs house slowly rise. But yeah, all of these building constructions should not take too long. I really would like the fire station to come up soon, so we can protect everything. We'll put that on high priority and send some foreign workers there. We could also send foreign workers directly to the bus stop. I did not set this to 5 workers maximum. We have electricity, no consumption yet. Everything seems to be fine. So far so good. Lots of constructions happening at the same time. No problems yet. Need a delivery of workers to the fire station road, and then we can build the building up fairly quickly. And then everything should be safe. Barely scratched our money. Well, I say that. More than 200,000 rubles have been spent. But most of that should be vehicles, basically. To get to 1,000 people, we basically need 5 of these buildings filled with population, each of them holding about 150. A little bit more than that. Alright, the road has been built. 2 dump truck deliveries, 1 concrete mixer. We'll have everything for the groundworks, and then the building itself. And then we'll probably start the bus route. And those workers can distribute themselves among all the construction sites. No need to set them to go to the fire station explicitly, just bring in as many workers as possible, I guess. Maybe we should get larger buses. Maybe I should delegate those for... I guess I want a constant stream of workers at all times. Make sure everything is fully staffed. Okay, got the grocer. I think 1,000 people, if we get to it, should be a fairly stable number, and then I think it would count as being successful. Probably could count that earlier, but I think 1,000 would be a challenge to reach. Like if we have our migrants get in and then we have an epidemic, that would be rough. If we have 100 people and we get an epidemic, it could also still be rough, depending on the size and scope of said epidemic. Other than that, I don't think there's any... I don't remember any other events that could be painful. Like if we had a fire that was happening in our residential building and then a lot of our citizens got injured, that could be a problem. Having them all in one building might be not a good idea. Maybe I should have spread them out across multiple buildings for that reason. I was just thinking about the highest quality of flat right now. Oh, speak of the devil. Severe health complications, very infectious, should disappear soon. Well, thankfully we don't have any citizens yet. I didn't know that epidemics could happen without any citizens. That's kind of weird. That strikes me as a bit odd. But I guess the epidemic is like an international epidemic, so even if you don't have any citizens, your neighboring country could still experience something like that. Alright, let's start the bus route. I will tell all workers from the bus route to go to the fire station to build it, not necessarily to work there. And as soon as it has been built, they will go to other construction sites that are buildings. They can't build footpaths, but they go to other structures to build them up. It will be slightly inefficient because they go to any construction site, meaning that our road cranes could get a bit confused on where to go. So we'll buy another one, which will help a little bit. But yeah, for the time being, send all of the workers here, which will attract a road crane. And then we'll have the fire station up in no time. We'll need a fire engine. Refueling will be done by the gas station down here. And that's about it. All resources are present. Just need a few more workers. Also, let's put up some traffic signs. And that should be everything that we need. Morning. How does the gruel go to taste today? Hello, Hailstorm. Tasted okay. Was quite pleasant actually. Still a bit hot, but we can push through. How is it for you? Alright, got a delivery of workers directly to the fire station. So this will finish pretty much in that construction shift right now, I thought. Well, the next few buses will finish it for sure. Haven't eaten yet, even though it's 10:45. Food is good. Food can be good. Food is mostly good. Sometimes the food that you eat actually has a good health benefit. Alright, now that all of the workers arriving here by bus are gonna be spread out across all construction sites. That they can get to at least. Could focus them by assigning them to specific areas, but I think they can just go wherever. I'll also try and go to the heating plant up here all the way. Everything is reachable, and I will have to. 20 degrees. That sounds... I'm jealous. We have 10 degrees more here. Feels like 5 degrees hotter than it actually is. And tomorrow is going to be annoying because of upcoming rain and very high humidity. Not looking forward to it. But Saturday should be 10 degrees cooler again. Looking forward to it and hoping that it actually will be. They promised rain yesterday, didn't happen. We got electricity for the area. Could bring fuel here, don't feel like it. The bus route has a... oh, it has a line spacing of 180. That's because of all the construction vehicles, I assume, and them trying to overtake into the customs house. Well, let's send all workers to the stores for now, and the pub. I don't need to make them work in the fire station yet, or any other industries or facilities. We'll get those set up. Middle of the year now? We didn't start on January 1st. So it's not quite halfway through the year for us, since we started a little bit late. Where is the construction office bringing its bus to? Unfinished footpath. No. Let's try and keep the priority of these buildings higher. And bring the workers there first, while machinery builds as many footpaths as possible. But I guess it looks like we got all of the footpaths built that we can, so I guess what the bus is doing is fine. Someone asking me if I was playing on realistic mode. I thought I had sounds disabled. Can I change that? I thought I had that disabled. I don't know. Anyway. We'll be able to bring in food, alcohol, clothing, electronics, all of that good stuff very soon. I might have to get better buses. We'll need more workers going here, I think. Probably as an extra route. If these ones drive 90, then if we had 2 supplementary or 3 extra buses bringing more workers, I could put these ones to directly going to individual facilities so the highly educated workers spread out into correct buildings. We'll see. We'll have to do a test run and bring some workers here and see how they staff all of the facilities before we actually start bringing in our one set of migrants. Looks like our excavators are actually in here. I'm gonna cancel that real quick so that they can drive onto another construction site instead. The pub and the small store are gonna go up next, and then who knows what the construction office will prioritize. Probably the footpaths again. Until one of the buildings has received all of the resources it needs. $250,000 rubles used, not that much. Alright, they should be able to finish the construction. The pub has been built as well. Get everything hooked up. Get another covered truck. Probably don't need the largest ones. Especially with the small store not having that much capacity, but I guess we'll have that one now. Drinking water and sewage needs to be hooked up. We'll need our monument. We might need another one, but this should cover a good enough area. Clinic ready for construction. Waste storage needs to be hooked up to make sure that the clinic does not overflow with waste. Seems to be going according to plan. I could set up another end station. I could set up an end station in general for this area. Make sure that the bus route works as efficiently as possible, which is kinda important for what we're trying to do. Let's try and upgrade this road and this one, and then hook up an end station to it. And then we can make this road bus only, so the buses can get to the customs house entrance as close as possible and probably enter before most of the resource vehicles. What about water and sewage? They're gonna be here. One water substation and one sewage tank. I'm not gonna set up any water or sewage infrastructure. We will have a technical service that is gonna get water and sewage from the customs house. And the technical service automatically drives them to the buildings, or if the buildings are hooked up to a water or sewage substation, to the substations. And those substations have a capacity of over 10 cubic meters. And that makes deliveries really efficient with a low population count. Also, hello Nyan. Welcome. Electronics need to be able to be bought, as does meat. Another unfinished footpath. That one was not necessary, but sure. We have 2 footpaths left and then a bunch of buildings that need construction. Coal delivery is something that you will handle as soon as our heating plant comes up. As soon as the water station is the water substation is up, I can hook up the water deliveries. If I do that right now, they would bring water to each of the buildings individually, and I don't like that. So we'll wait a little bit. Waste handling has all the vehicles necessary. I'll drop another snowplow in here, just because. Keep it to the asphalt roads, please. Okay, let's assign the workers again to construction sites, so that they can focus on a few areas right now. Not sure where our bus is gonna go. Another footpath, sure. Why not? All of our construction sites receiving all the materials we need. Since you collect with the tanks, you could give the trucks a fixed route and have them wait until full. No, that doesn't work. You can't have a direct route to these buildings. These buildings can only be driven to by technical services. They cannot have a direct route here. You could have a direct route to a building directly and wait until unloaded if you had like a food factory. You could set it to unload water and wait until unloaded, but for the water substation and sewage tank it doesn't work. But they only drive when these buildings are full anyway. It's a parking spot, yeah. And another footpath. That one is kindergarten, important, only like 4 workers will put that. I guess we're doing it right now, it's fine. Maybe I should focus my construction a little bit. Not all buildings have the resources right now. Focus on the big garbage stand and then the small clinic. And then after that, a sewage and water tank. You will have to hold hazardous waste because of the clinic. The stores are pretty much ready, so is the pub. We'll limit that to low amount of workers. The grocer is gonna be the highest amount, the other ones should be fine with 2 workers. Police station, the fire station I'll leave at whatever it is right now. It'll take extra workers from wherever it needs. The indoor pool will also be 2 workers, maybe 3. Alright. Oh, we don't have a crane here. I'll bring the cranes to another construction site, please. Building without cranes is very slow. So what's the plan to make some money? This is a challenge game. The challenge that I've set myself is to get to 1,000 citizens. And the origin, the starting point is that I can only get migrants once. Which means I can start with either 10 workers from third world countries, 10 workers from Soviet countries, or 5 experts from Soviet countries. So there's no goal in making money here. The goal is to try and grow population from as few people as possible. And see if it actually is possible. If I were to try and make money, I would probably place down a clothing factory. But I kind of want to reduce the amount of pollution that is generated in this area. Because we have so few people and we need to keep them safe. So there's no goal in making money. Except if our money runs out, then I will have to build something. I think a clothing factory would work, but only if we have a decent amount of workers. I doubt it's going to work. Yeah, that's why it's a challenge. I have some ideas on how we could make it work a little bit better. One of that is like flying in people by helicopter, like building a helipad and grabbing foreign experts from the west and the east and flying them in here. Connecting up another customs house and trying to get more people here. Building a road connection to Brelov and running buses there, back and forth. We need as many highly educated workers as possible to keep everything as safe as possible. No, I mean you will run out of money long before that. There's not... well, the foreign workers are going to cost me like 2,000 rubles per month at most. Money is not going to be the issue, I don't think. I think the problem is going to be mostly related towards if we can get our population to actually start growing and if we can keep them educated. I don't think our money is going to drop. We did start with the lowest amount, but yeah, I don't think it's going to be the problem. But we'll see. As I said, no idea what this challenge holds. If it is possible, if it makes sense, remains to be seen. We'll send some workers here. Don't have all the resources on the museum yet, but we could also build the heating plant, so We'll do the water substation later because it doesn't have all the resources yet either. It's getting them now though, or soon. $1K people will cost you 0.1k ruble per month. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna get that many. I'm gonna have very few workers that I get, probably. I think this area would be able to last for a relatively long time. But if money also starts playing into the mix, then yeah, things could get interesting. But a clothing factory, I think, would just be a simple way to make some money. But the clothing factory would also rely on you actually having workers to make a profit. One more delivery of resources to the water substation, and then we can actually start bringing water here. And that's not going to be a strain on our customs house. Having one truck of water go here every 2 months, probably. I guess the foreign workers will also all drink water, but yeah, it should not be too bad. Okay, that's the last resources for the water substation. Let's finish that one up real quick. Shouldn't take too long. And the indoor pool. And after that, the small heating plant, which also has all of the resources for the current construction phase. And then we still have the school, the kindergarten, the actual house, and the small party HQ to start getting some university educated folk later. This one will be turned off. We'll need to grow our population first before we can educate them. But then again, it would also be probably good if we could get all of the people to a higher education right away. So they could help with everything before we start getting a larger population and then having trouble keeping them educated. Maybe it would actually be the best to run the university right away. I hope we do get one highly educated worker. The clinic will have to run. We can't have people die due to emergencies, I think. Got the water substation hooked up. Let's hook it up to the customs house, so the water truck will bring a full load of water to the substation, and that one will distribute it among all of the buildings. Got our indoor pool. Everyone going to the heating plant, which is fine. After the heating plant, you can do like the kindergarten. And after that, you can do, I guess, the residential building. Should be doable in that order. Not sure where the bus from the construction office is bringing workers to. Heating plant, okay, that sounds good. There's all water being distributed, very nice. Everything unloaded. It's working fine. And as soon as the buildings have filled up, water consumption should be at 0. Right now we're not having any firefighters, so in case of a fire I would have to route people to the fire station. We'll plan for a bus end station. Small one would be enough. Large one is minimally more expensive, so the bus end station has to happen before they travel to the customs house. We'll have to wait for the road to actually finish construction before we hook it up. Okay, 2 more resource deliveries for the heating plant. And then the other constructions. I should probably grow my fleet with vehicles. We are getting a lot of workers here. Let's get some larger buses. "65 kilometers an hour. Not good road speed, but bringing more workers to the town. I haven't dealt much with foreign workers recently, so I did forget that you can get a lot of foreign workers if you have a constant route going between the customs house and your settlements. I did get 2 of them, right? Yeah. The rollers. Oh, the rollers over here, right. Carry on. So yeah, I guess we'll run the party HQ and we'll have to find a way to run the party HQ, the school and the clinic. Foreign workers will have to distribute themselves among those facilities and try and propagate the education as efficiently as possible. And if we can keep our higher education nice and high from the beginning, then I think we'll have an easier time. And if everything works and it's doable, then we could switch over to try that thing again with workers from third world countries, basically with the same setup. I'm gonna drop a save and see if there's like any difference. If it doesn't work, maybe we can try again with 5 experts. Okay, kindergarten next. All resources are here. Then the flats, then the party HQ. In that order, please. And then we're lacking the school, the museum, and that's about it. We'll need to bring coal over here so that the heating plant is fully stocked. We'll probably set up our bus end station while everything is running. The snowplows shouldn't be overworked. There shouldn't be any problem in that way. They only have to take care of the asphalt road. No mud road whatsoever. No gravel. The statue will have to be built to make sure that loyalty stays reasonably high. Once the kindergarten finishes, we can queue up the school. So flats, then school, then party HQ. Let's reverse that, because the party HQ has the crane right now. This road is being rolled. After that we can hook it up to the end station, build that real quick, and then we have a reliable, fast bus route. Currently have a lot of buses running, and some of them being really slow because of line spacing. This is ready. Okay, the clinic, 2 workers. Fire station will be overflow. Kindergarten can be as many as possible. No, kindergarten, 5 staff. No pool, 2 staff. Feeding plant like 4. Alright, getting there. And yeah, we're carrying highly educated workers if they are at the customs house. They're being loaded first, and then anyone else is being loaded if more people are at the bus stop. So we do have 2 highly educated workers. They will be loaded. And if not, then they won't be. Let's unassign the flats, send them to the party HQ, because we'll have to wait for a few more resources being delivered here. And focus on the school and party HQ, as well as the museum. Maybe the large buses will be overkill. They will bring a lot of workers here, but we will only have 2 of them. A steady flow of workers will be important, plus the occasional large influx of workers. Okay, got all the resources for the residential building, so we can add that one again at the end. First the party HQ, then the school, then the other 2 buildings. Got all the coal necessary. We'll pre-charge the whole area with heating. When everything has been constructed, they will walk into the heating plant. And we'll be ready for that. And then we'll still have to finish the construction of the monument statue to make sure that loyalty is high and that it is set up correctly. I only really need the residential building and maybe the school, kindergarten, and maybe the indoor pool and the party HQ to be in range, but the party HQ might not be. It's gonna be close. Let's find out soon. Party HQ coming up. The road has been built. Let's hook it up to the end station to prepare our bus route. It's gonna be really messy and weird looking. Party HQ has been built. We'll set it to 2 workers at the start. School next. After that, we'll finish the flats, then the museum, and then the statue, and then everything has been built. We'll drop our save and then see what we can do. One school coming up. Probably 3 workers maximum. No, let's put it at 2. We don't have any huge amount of highly educated workers, I believe. As long as we're keeping the amount of foreign workers high, it might work. But the addition to running foreign workers in from different customs houses by helicopter, those ones could all be possible solutions to making sure that we have enough here. Okay. Museum into monument. Museum has 2 construction phases left. The monument has 1. So, 10 migrants from third world countries. Like 10% would have an education. The rest would need to go to school. Very difficult. 10 migrants from Soviet bloc. 10% might have a university education, maybe less. Or 5 experts. All of them have a higher education, but you get half of them, and they're more expensive. Looks like we're able to move in people fairly quickly here. I'll unassign both constructions and let people also go to the heating plant for now. If they want to. The good thing about all of this is that these workers will always have a decent productivity and loyalty. So we shouldn't have to worry about like throughput issues. I'm a little bit worried about the low work shift time that these people seem to have sometimes, but we'll see. Okay, we got some heating. Back to focusing on construction. Resources should get here fairly quickly. Bus and station needs a few more road construction projects. And then the building itself. We'll definitely need that. I think we might have too many buses for what we are doing. But I can take some of the microbuses away, I guess. I will have to wait for the statue to finish construction, I think. Actually, I don't. But then again, if it's constructing while we're trying to settle in people, then it would take workers away from everything. And we wouldn't have anything to counter the loyalty decrease that could happen. We'll just have to wait. It shouldn't take too long. Okay, all resources for the museum are here. Seems to be a rounding arrow with the boards that are on the construction site, but everything should be in place. Just gotta wait for the construction to finish. Got the entrance on the bus end station ready. I need traffic signs here. This one will be a bus-only road. And that means I should prevent buses from going onto this road. Yeah, that's fine. And I will prevent heavy goods vehicles from going on that road. They can drive out either side, that doesn't matter, but going in, I'm going to split up the heavy goods vehicles and the buses. To make sure that the buses can get into the customs house relatively quickly. Here's our museum. Now we're waiting on the monument. And then everything has been built. And it's end of October. And that should be a functional settlement. The only waste storage that we don't have is one for the heating plant, but it has a large enough internal storage where that one shouldn't matter. I think everything is in order. This will take a while to build, because it doesn't accept a road crane, but also not too long. I'm bringing a constant stream of workers here. It should be doable. Could fast forward, I guess. Did I buy an ice for $1? Why are there $5 missing? Because I accidentally had a building selected and moused over a non-flat ground and clicked, and then it flattens using dollars in the beginning for some reason. Right now it's using the excavators, but in the beginning I don't know how long it is, but I think in the first month or two you can flatten terrain using dollars. And I had a building here and I clicked a little bit and it flattened it for a little bit, so that's why we have some money missing. That's the official explanation. Me buying an ice cream is the unofficial one. Okay. That road construction is also done, meaning that the construction officers can now build that end station, which will mainly consist of groundworks and then just the end station on top. In 2 phases, if I remember correctly. Like after the groundworks, 2 extra phases. If it doesn't work with the 10 workers and everything falls apart, I think my next goal after we retry would be hooking up Brelov, getting another bus route, only bringing highly educated workers from Brelov if possible, and maybe even helicopters to get some more highly educated workers from that border. That would basically be a helicopter flying in 1 or 2 persons per trip, which would be kind of ridiculous, but that's kind of the point. Alright, the amount of vehicles going to the customs house has been significantly reduced, because we're not doing that much construction anymore. Only 1 monument and 1 end station. After the monument is done, I don't think we'll have to wait for the end station. I think I'll drop a save and then start trying our setup. We'll have to get the heating restarted before we move people in, but yeah, we should be ready. And we'll try with 10 regular educated citizens, maybe getting 1 with a university education. We'll try to keep them healthy, and we'll try and give them a university education if they want to, and also run them through the school system. There's the monument. Let's drop our save game. Alright, so let's preheat the settlement again. Let's let people go wherever they want. Some of them will go to the heating plant if we have enough people getting here. And that should charge pretty quickly. If I need to make a decision on how to distribute the highly educated workers, I'll start taking the microbuses off and putting them to the buildings directly. I think the clinic has the highest priority to prevent any disasters with healthcare. Maybe I have to make that decision right away. Or maybe it'll work itself out. Well, temperature is rising. We've soon reached optimal room temperature of 24 degrees. I personally prefer 22, but it's fine. Apparently we're not getting that many foreign workers anymore. Or the construction office bus is taking some of them to the end station. That could also be. Definitely need more heat. I'll send the next bus. I sent all of them to the heating plant. 11 workers. Well, we don't have room for 11 workers, but when you come back you can deposit the other workers to other workplaces. Now we should be ready. Let's save again. And try to get our migrants. We got no one with a higher education, so only regular citizens, and that's all we get. Let's see what they do. They can work in facilities. They'll have to go get food. Reload until you get one with higher education. Nah. That's part of whatever you get, I guess. Well, let's see. 2 people complaining because no kindergarten, so we have 2 fewer workers. I guess we could try and prioritize them going places. Someone trying to get a school education. You can get to the kindergarten, yeah, yeah. Alright. Let's make sure that our heating stays safe. I might have to set priorities on the buildings that our workers go to. I also might have to limit the amount of workers going here, because our bus picking up construction workers could take away from people going to the heating plant right now. So far seems to be okay. No complaints yet. The monument covers a decent area. Only the museum and the pub aren't covered. I think that'll be fine. As long as the shopping centers are covered, we are in a good position. A teacher, no staff. Now we got one of the domestic workers go here, very good. So one of the children is getting an education. No one trying to get a university education yet. Still complaining about kindergarten. Someone trying to get a doctor visit. Waiting for very long. No one has shown up. Less than ideal. There we go. Doctor and staff. Try now. The bus end station is ready. We'll drop refueling in here and we'll hook it up to the bus route as a last stop. There we go. And then they should automatically take this route. And to get out they might take this road, which is fine. Ten workers, 16 citizens. Complaints about no spirituality. We do have a museum for that, which I guess is the only option that you have, but we do have something for that. Try and make use of that if you can. So far it seems to be running decent. A lot of workers going to the fire station, which is not a problem. If we have a fire, we want it to be put out as fast as possible to reduce the chance of injuries. Okay, maybe I have to increase everything to like a amount of at least 2 workers to increase the chance of people going there and having staff on standby. Things are gonna look really good once we start actually having people study and finishing their study. Right now we have a 0% higher education rate. And each person that gets an education will increase that by 10%. But the migrants won't study, they're too old. The children, however, could make the choice. I think they will all try and study. So let's hope they finish their school education soon and actually try and get a university education. I'll leave the split right now. 2 in the hospital, 1 in the school, 1 in the university. Because I still think that the hospital has the highest priority. Heating seems to be good. No problems there. Our bus route is very efficient now with the end station in place. Let's see how much money we use every month starting December. If it's around 5,000, we can last 200 months, right? 1 month, 10 months, 100 months, and then double that, 200 months, excluding resource imports that we will need. No staff here. Not great. Caught that one. I guess we could close the university until we actually have people trying to study to optimize it. That would help finish the school education faster. Let's do that. Let's close the party HQ for now and encourage people to go into the school. I don't know how slow population growth is going to be, and if we actually will see population growth. I assume we will. Unable to participate in sport should be a non-issue, but sometimes the workers aren't present. Like right now. Missing the university educated people here. I hope we get the school education through quick enough. I think we need more higher educated people. We really have to wait for them to grow up. First, we have like 6 children right now. I hope that they can get more after they've grown up. Otherwise, we're gonna go down from 10 workers to like 6, and it's not gonna be looking good. Yeah, 2 workers is ideal, because then they can... One slot could free up and then accept another worker while the other one still runs the show. I don't know if we have enough workers for that. On the plus side, we barely have any complaints, so we have like 10 complaints max per year. This is going to take a while. Still no new population growth here. I guess once one of the children grows up, we would see that. 0.59 education level. Need to get a bit more than that. Shortening the walking distances would have been improving everything. Getting everything as short as possible. Moving people quickly from building to building would have been really helpful. Did not put that into the plan. Someone at 15 years still going to school, that's fine. 0.71 education. If you finish your education and you try to get a university education, we'll open up the party HQ and hopefully allow you to do that. Okay, starting with 10 workers is really slow. December, yeah, looks like we'll be using around 5,000 to 6,000 rubles per month for how much manpower we're getting. This should drop over time as we grow population, but will we actually grow our population is the question. Maybe this will all run fine, but 10 workers is just too little and we don't actually see any population growth. Maybe 5 workers would be even more difficult because of how slow the population growth would actually be. Well, we have one 16 to 21-year-old now, so presumably he would like to go to university and study fairly soon. How fast can he get his education up though? We'll just open up all buildings to like 2 workers and see if we have enough, I guess. I also retract my statement from it doesn't matter where you build this if you try that challenge. If you have an area with more than one customs house, I think it would be significantly easier because you could draw more workers from them. Having access to more highly educated workers would be very beneficial. 0.91 education. The next or 2 school visits after this one would probably put him to the level of trying to go to university. And with an age of 15 or 16 maybe when he gets that, seems like we'd be in good shape to actually get a highly educated worker from this. No complaints yet. And as we get highly educated workers, things should start becoming a little bit easier. If we can fill these workplaces reliably with our own citizens, that would be ideal. Even getting 1 highly educated worker would be really nice. Okay, didn't quite manage to catch an education this time, but maybe next attempt. Alright, school time. Shift is about to end. Do we get another highly educated worker going there? Nope. Just a regular education. No education this time either. We basically have Okay, now we have 3 children trying to get to school. But we have to make a decision how to sort our higher education. If I want to reduce one throughput a little bit to boost the other, or vice versa. I think school education might not be the highest priority. I think getting someone to university education might actually be the highest one. So once one of our children has finished their school education, we might actually lower the school and try to get him through university. And then go back to school, and so on and so on. So limit the school to like 1 set of workers, whereas the university will have 2. 0.96. 1 more, and then it's university time. There might be a certain level of population that is not sustainable. If we have a very low amount of population, there might not be enough childbirths or enough time to get more citizens. Come on, one highly educated worker. Dang it. Too late. Kanadova Natalia Tarasovna, probably going to be the first person to receive a higher education in our settlement. At least it's looking likely. But you're going to arrive a little bit late, but will you get a higher education? Yes, you did get one. Okay, so the university is now going to go open up, and the school will be reduced to 1 worker for now. We do have someone else who is soon ready for higher education as well. Let's see if we can get everything sorted. Higher education might take a little bit longer. At least it always feels like it does. Might actually not be true. I'm wondering if I should add a footpath from here to here so they don't have to walk around, which takes a little bit of extra time. There we go, 1 student was inside the auditorium. School should still be able to run occasionally. But yeah, right now I want to focus on higher education. .15. We need to get up to 2. Then we'll have a citizen with higher education living in our town. Heating plant stopping production. Please don't. Thank you. We really have to make sure that the higher education goes through, and we don't run out of time with that. That would be the worst case scenario if the citizen just doesn't get a higher education. If we run out of time, basically. I think if you have a hall of residence, they would wait in the hall of residence until they finish their higher education study. So you could make sure that they, even if they turn like older than 21, they would still continue to study. So that could be a way to force your citizens to stay and finish their studies. Oh, it's progressing, slowly, but it is progressing. Got some school children who would like to have more people teach them. I mean, if we could get you to basic education, you could join the university studies. Maybe education is more important than healthcare now? Let's lower healthcare down to 1. Let's put the school back to 2. And try and use that. I'm somewhat worried about healthcare. I figured it would be the most important, especially during winter. But maybe that's incorrect. Maybe we have to actually focus on higher education. Because if we have higher education in our settlement, then they can take over the job of healthcare reliably. If we have 3 of them, they could fill the shift of 1 doctor 24/7. Got the footpath to the party HQ, so workers can get there quicker. I don't think setting up an industry right now would be the right thing to do. That would put unnecessary stress on the customs house. Could lead to foreign workers not getting here in time. Could be potentially problematic. We're barely generating any waste. Come on, Professor. Show yourself. Are you a professor? No. No professor there either. It's gonna be cut close, that's for sure. Why is there a higher education worker in the staff slot here? I'll put this to 5. In my mind, that increases the priority for workers here even more. Potential for party officials to go here and work. That's what I'm talking about. 0.9 education gained from 1.23 to 1.32. Let's see if we can keep that up. You are still lacking 0.01 basic education. And then you would join the university education. So let's hope that we can do that. This is a very low intensity challenge. After everything has been set up, it's basically a lot of monitoring and seeing where to tweak things, but there's... Oh, we grew our population by 1. So now we have 17. I think it counts people that are 21 years old only. Oh no, we got an extra child, I think. 10 workers and 7 children, yeah, that's what we got. Alright, you're receiving your education. Got to 1.04. You can join university education attempts now. And it seems like it might be doable. You finished your doctor visit, you got 124, should be fine. If that counts as an uncompleted doctor visit, I don't know why. Maybe it does. If it's interrupted before it gets to the point that they actually want to go to, it counts as that. I don't know. Come on, some workers. Party officials just left. I assume they can get more children if we take care of them. Maybe I should plan for a hall of residence. Maybe I should build one. Maybe it's necessary for this. It would be kind of ridiculous to have one already, but it would give me the ability to force everyone through a higher education, and maybe that is exactly what I need. I think we can spend the money on that, and the resources can be delivered here. As I said, this will put more stress on the customs house now, but it shouldn't be too bad, hopefully. Everything else seems to be going relatively okay. It's just going to take a very long time. But as soon as the new children enter the workforce, things should speed up. People will get an education more reliably. People will be able to study faster, and thus enter the workforce a little bit faster and allow more children to go through the same process faster and faster. Okay, 2 people studying. 1.49, halfway through, at 18 years. I think we have until 21 years, so should be doable. And once they've received their higher education, they will work in all workplaces that accept the higher education. And then we should be reliably able to fully staff a clinic or the party HQ throughout the day. I don't know if I can force people into here. Like, I wonder if I could just say everyone from this building relocate into here and study, even if they're over 21 years old. That would be interesting if that's actually allowed. I don't know if it is. I know that you can relocate people out of it. If you say, stop studying, go live in these buildings now. And the building isn't too costly. Yeah, we're loading the higher educated citizen first, and then everyone else. And sometimes we're loading them into the construction office bus, which is not great. Don't send any worker here directly, just focus on whatever is in the town otherwise. One professor can teach one student. The resource delivery for the actual building construction will be a little bit more stressful in the customs house because we have more vehicles for it. But still, should not be a problem. Especially with the dedicated bus route now. It means the buses have always the ability to line up right next to the resource deliveries and should be able to force themselves into the customs house a little bit earlier because they have higher priority. So you arrived after this one. Will you enter the customs house before or after? Oh, now it's 2 buses. But you'd entered it before the resource truck. And you did too. And you did too. So the logic does work. We're getting our workers picked up faster, thus providing a reliable workforce for our area. 3 teachers for 2 students. Not complaining. Okay, we have a medical emergency. Person is about to die, and they're dead. Thus begins me turning back healthcare. We could have saved that person easily. Now we're having 1 less worker. I mean, if you could finish your studies, you could have prevented that. Would have been easy. Well, it was unnecessary, but it happened. Back to 16 workers. Got another child, I guess. Up from 16 to 17, now down to 16 again. $1.84, almost done. 19 years. It's looking fairly good. What about you? 0.55 at age 9? Also sounds okay. I hope we don't have an epidemic again. I'm somewhat glad that we got a significant epidemic when we had no citizens, because in my mind That might reduce the chance for another significant epidemic, but that's probably not true. Got like 4 party officials arriving at the same time here and no one going into the clinic. Not ideal. Come on. No. We're not getting another party official. Still 1.84. Soon. 2 successful education sessions and we'd have our first university graduate. If I set up a bus route of pick up highly educated worker, bring them to one building, they would constantly run back and forth from the customs house to the bus end station until they actually have a highly educated worker. That way I could force the highly educated workforce into a specific building, but since I have 3 of them that I need, clinic, school and university, doesn't really work for us, I don't think. $1.93, and we just received another. Oh, I thought we had another party official. Apparently not. Well, once more, and then education should be done. I'll try to relocate all of our citizens into the Hall of Residence if it works. If it doesn't, then I don't know if people will actually use it if they live nearby. Maybe I can tell them to go there. I don't know. You're at 1.5, also almost done. I don't know why this is set to 68 loyalty requirement. Looking good. 2 hours left. Will you finish your studies? Yes, you did. We got our first university graduate, Kanadova Natalia Tarasovna. Excellent. Welcome to the workforce. Where are you gonna go? What job are you going to take first? Will it be the clinic, the school, or even helping in the party HQ? The choice is up to you. I guess I could force everyone here to go to one specific building, which might be useful with the university education. But we'll see. You're still going to school? Unbelievable. Something must be incorrect. Or maybe they go to school until they finish 21 years of age. I don't know. I thought if they had a university education earlier, they would be already done with it. But maybe that's not true. Maybe they have to wait until they turn 21. Guess we might have to wait a little bit longer for them to join the workforce. Yeah. Consistent school time now, so seems like that will have to wait a little bit. In the meantime, we might have some other people finish their studies, and as soon as they join the workforce, they can assist in any facility that might need workers. Okay, the Hall of Residence is taking a while to build. But then again, we're taking most of the workers for running our settlement. Could turn off the heating plant when it's not too cold, but I'll leave it running. I think I can turn that down to like 2 workers, and it should still be fine. So I don't have to worry about finishing the education fast enough. If it takes a little bit longer, it's still okay. As long as we finish it before 21 years old, I guess. And yeah, the higher education worker does not show up yet. So they finished their university education, but they're not listed. Gotta wait for them to grow up, apparently. I thought there would be a benefit to finishing the university education faster, so they could potentially join the workforce at like the age of 18, 19. Earlier than that. But that seems to not be the case. If we could fast forward without problems, then I would probably do that, but there's a very high likelihood that our citizens would get really unhappy because they can't fulfill their demands if I fast forward now. Set that to 3 workers. Yeah, I guess with 2 workers, there's a very high chance that the production might be interrupted with both of them leaving at the same time. But productivity should be high enough where that doesn't become an issue. Even if there's a short interruption, they should be able to catch up again fairly quickly. Come on, finish your studies and join the workforce. I don't even know. If I could still find them, I assume they count as like still studying, but they're basically done and just waiting somewhere. Happiness is pretty low. Apparently people are starving for reasons that are unbeknown to me. Culture enjoyment is also really low. And sports enjoyment. Basically everything is kinda horrible. Looks like we don't have enough people here. And running them with foreign workers is a bit of a troublesome affair. Can I help anything? I could force you all to work in one specific building. Maybe the shopping center. Like if I set this down to 2 people and I tell you to always go here, the shopping center and the pub, then I could probably run these at very low population counts and make sure that they're always sufficiently staffed. And the foreign workers could focus on other buildings. With 9 workers, we basically have 3 workplaces that we can fill 24/7, so it's not a lot. Just waiting on that one highly educated worker to show up, and then I might switch my tune to, I don't know, probably the I don't know what I would focus on. Probably the clinic. I think I would focus them on the clinic, yeah. Since I just realized that the school and the university doesn't actually benefit from running through earlier, so the clinic would be really useful in keeping our population count high and dealing with any emergency that we actually have. Culture enjoyment should definitely be higher. Did we have anyone leave yet? No. Well, one person, but... Birth rate... Okay, now we had 3 people die. Just now. Interesting. But we do now have one person with higher education. Let's unassign you and focus you on the clinic and the 2 stores. Making sure that you make sure the clinic is fully staffed at all times. That will put our one highly educated worker to use most of the time in the clinic. And make sure that any health emergencies are dealt with. It seems like we didn't have any, like, emergency go wrong. It seems like those were just regular population deaths from old age. At least I don't see anything. But we're now at a lower population count than when we got the migration, so it's not great. I'm also realizing that we don't have any 16 to 21 years old anymore, so it looks like they died for some reason. Because we had 2 people studying, 2 people going to university, and it looks like now one person finished and the other one just vanished. The one that died from lack of doctor was 24 to 27 years old. Was it the one that had the emergency, or did you see one right now from the last 2 days? Or the last two people that died just recently? The first person around here, I saw that one that had an emergency. Yeah, the emergency one, yeah, that's true. No workplace. Then go to these. I guess go wherever. I don't care. I would like the clinic to be filled, but I don't want to cause any unemployment. That would be horrendous. I'm mostly interested right now in where the other 2 people died. What happened to them? And one of them seems to have been like the 16 to 21 year old, the other one that was almost finishing their university education. Which is really, really bad for us. We need more population growth. Can I force people in here? Yes, I can. 9 people have already moved in here. Oh no, that's the house. If I force all of them to move in here... Now we have 3 people in here, 27, 28 and 39. Some of them with reasonably high education levels already. We'll focus you to work in the party HQ. Set that back up to 5. Make sure we have enough room for all workers here. And try to get all of the university students through to increase the amount of university education that we have. And yeah, it looks like you can force people to study even if they're older. Not sure what the cutoff is. The hostel only houses adult citizens without children and with basic education. So these people presumably all have children. That means that people in here cannot have children. So there's a downside to this, I guess. That actually means I should probably move them out and make them get children first, because then I can at some point move people back in here, force them to get an education. I think the university education is still more important. But I might be wrong on that. At least we know that as soon as they finish their studies, they will immediately be done. They don't have to wait until they grow up. We really need more party officials. We need to make good use of our study times. And we need more staff now. Come on, people. Thank you. At least a little bit of study time. Very weird focusing on so few people. We only have 6 workers, because we moved 3 of them into the Hall of Residence. And they basically can't have any children right now. Which could spell the doom for our republic because of, well, fewer children. We have 5 children right now. And 3 people studying. I mean, the students could still have children once they finish their studies. There's a party official, and there's some students. I think focusing our single 21-year-old with university education to help boost university education for our existing citizens is probably the right choice if we don't die out because of it. That's a very large qualifier there. 1.7, so you're soon going to finish up with education. Soon. Like 4 more studies and then you're probably done. And then you can move back out into the house and hopefully have a nice family. You're at 1.27, so it's going to take a little bit longer. Visiting doctor really slowly. Someone's moving to the doctor apparently. Well, at least they said they wanted to move to the doctor. They might have decided against it and done something else first. I don't know. Another health emergency would be really bad. .55, 1.7, and 1.34. I thought we had one. Oh no, you were the closest, right? Waiting on party officials, of course. No party officials at all. Add that dirt footpath. Maybe we can shorten footpaths a little bit, allowing quicker access to workplaces. Any other change? We got 2 more deaths. Not aware of any health crisis. We only had that one stroke victim from previously. Otherwise, maybe they drank themselves to death. I don't know what happened. Come on, more workers. I know everyone is dying out. I wonder if starting... Yeah, I think starting with university-educated citizens is probably much easier. Now you all show up at the same time. That's not how it's supposed to be. Maybe the problem is actually the larger buses. Maybe let me get rid of them. Because they might make it so that the workers arrive in large chunks rather than spread out across many smaller deliveries. So we'll put the larger buses on hold for now. I hope we still have enough workers that way. But I believe we will. The average lap time is really short. So 3 microbuses should be able to handle that. None of the students died out. But I still don't know why we lost 2 more people right now. Maybe when they can't visit the doctor, there's a chance that they just die. Our health is really low though. Let's put that back down to 3. Encourage a few more people going into the work in the clinic maybe. So how is it looking with who we are getting here? 3 highly educated workers. That's looking nice. No highly educated worker. And 1 highly educated worker. Well, we didn't make use of any of those. .74. If we can even out the spread of highly educated workers arriving, it might be possible to go through this a little bit better. And maybe save this. No highly educated worker for 2 bus deliveries, and then 2 of them. Okay. And then 1 of them moved into the staff slot. Great. .8 education level. Slowly creeping upwards. And 1.69. Nice. We have to finish the education, we have to kick them. Oh, high unemployment level. Due to small child and due to no workplace. You're all assigned to go to the party HQ. I did lower the amount of workers here a little bit. So you're saying that that's too little for 5 workers? That strikes me as like a little bit ridiculous, but... I mean, 2 unemployed people, it's fine. I'll spread you out to go to the party HQ first, and if you can't find work there, go work in the school instead. 60% now. 3 unemployed people. Ridiculously high unemployment in our republic. 60%. .73, 1.8. It's getting there. We had some party officials right now. 1.84. Might be able to get to 1.9 something. Okay. Staff have left. You're complaining about finding no work, and then we don't have anyone working here for the duration. You people. You're still complaining about no workplace. Okay, instead of the school, I guess I'll send you to the shopping center, the grocer. Make sure the party HQ is filled, then the school, and then if you still have nothing to do, go to the grocer. This should make sure that the highly educated worker always finds a workplace. That does make sense. How's our average age? 25.9, so really low. It might mean we had a lot of somewhat old people coming in with the migrant wave, and now we're down to our youngest citizens. Maybe that is what happened. Still at 1.87. No workers here. Come on, people. And still complaining about unemployment because... Well, I guess I did lower the grocer down to 2 workers. Let's put that back up at 5. Make sure that a workplace is actually available. For very low people counts, this is tricky to balance. But I still think it might be doable. If the population count is really sub 30 on average, I think we have a fairly good chance of getting more children as soon as they finish their studies. And then we will have the benefit of a lot of highly educated workers in our workforce. .87, 1.419. More children is kind of becoming the main problem right now. The highly educated workers are arriving in bad times. Compared to when the people are actually trying to study. I haven't even followed what our, like, school children are doing. I assume their education is going fine. 0.5 for 10 years. Seems okay. Come on, party officials. No highly educated worker in that. Oh, highly educated worker from the residential building sleeping in today, I guess. No education today. Oh, there he is. No, it was someone else, never mind. He's gonna wake up as soon as all of the students are gone. He's a little bit introverted. So everyone has left, so probably now our professor will show up soon. Not yet, at least. Maybe for the next study session, maybe he was sick. Still unemployment, but due to small children right now. Okay, he showed up as soon as someone walked in to get an education, which is nice. Any more students, maybe? We have the people for it right now. There's one. 1.9. And now we're lacking the party official again. Now's a good time to study. Still. Come on, people. There you go. 1.63, 1.71. I wonder if a higher amount of party officials actually increases the studying speed. Like if 3 professors can cram more knowledge into a student faster. You're like our top student. You should finish. You're like 31. You should finish your studies. Come on. Damn it. Maybe next time. Life expectancy went down a little bit. From 80 to 78. I don't see any complaints though. Still at 5 deaths, 1 birth, 10 migrants. We'll have to just wait until they finish their studies. I'm not going to relocate them out now. You're 41. I don't know if you're still willing to have children or not. No idea. Maybe I also need to get an orphanage, but that would be awful. That has the potential to get really annoying with the low loyalty, etc. But it might have to happen as well. Anything for population growth, 1.94, and 1 party official sitting in the staff slot. Great. Didn't finish. Alright, up that back to 5. Let's try and get it done. They need to enter the workforce and move into their own flats. Can't be helped. Right. Bring some party officials. There's 2 people waiting here. 1 party official who might go here. Yes, we have 2 here. 1.78. This is really thrilling gameplay. At some point all of these buildings will require maintenance and then we'll have to pay a lot for them to keep them operational. Someone please teach this person. Thank you. Thank you. Very good. They might finish their studies at 31 years old. Got a full school session in. Not quite, damn it. Maybe next time. .87, 1.94, 1.85. They're all very close to finishing their studies. And when they do, they will also be able to assist in the party HQ for future students. If we have 3 highly educated workers, we could run the party HQ full time. Always making sure that someone can go through the studies. 1.97. Yo, come on. Gotta finish this now. I believe. Maybe it'll take over when they're not in here. Dolgorukov, Viktor Maximovich. You spent a fairly large time inside the party HQ. I feel like you're ready to move out into the world and spread your knowledge. Taking an awful long time to start your free time as well. Trying to get food and trying to get some sport done. No problem getting food. And sport is right next door. Also not a problem, right? Yeah. Well, it shouldn't be a problem. Do we get another worker here? Yes, you were able to finish it barely, but it did work out. And then you even had some time to buy half a pair of pants. And you're back to studying. And you finished your education. Awesome. Welcome to the workforce. Finally. Now we have double the highly educated workforce, meaning that our next student should also be faster in going through their studies. Our highly educated citizen should have moved back into this building. Relocate higher education citizen into here. I guess I should just let them move by themselves. Or should I kick them out? It says they're still studying. One person just moved out. And we only have 2 in here, so presumably you are going to move out soon as well. 2 highly educated workers of our own workforce in here now. And 1 person almost done finishing their studies as well. We really have to focus on population growth, getting our students educated. We have to get more population. Citizens' health is low. All of residents. 44%. I don't know why your health is that low. You're about to start your free time trying to get food and meat. And then hopefully maybe doing a doctor's visit. You're also almost done with your university studies, but Let's go buy some food. And then go to the doctor. Visiting the doctor was a past unsatisfied demand, which I guess could be true. If that's the actual reason that we're having, like, what's your life expectancy? 57, okay. You are going to work. You're going to work in the clinic with the party HQ being a workplace. If you don't find any work, and then after that the grocer. Let's improve the health of our citizens. If people are dying because they can't visit a doctor, then that's really bad. I initially thought that that would probably be the case, but I didn't know it was that bad. And it wouldn't give you any warnings. We probably had the life expectancy drop quite a bit with insufficient irregular doctor visits. So let's make sure this is fully staffed at all times, and we'll keep the life expectancy high and the health high, which might have a positive effect on our population count. Yeah, we have very low health in our citizens. 80% is not great. That's the average. Individual people are much lower than that. You'll finish your university studies soon. Let's see if we can... We need some more children, 0.6 years old. 0 to 6 years old. Someone have some more children, please. How old are you? 31. Prime time. Come on, finish your studies. And your health went down from 44 to 37 with a lifespan of approximately 50 now. So hopefully you will decide going to the doctor soon and fixing your health issues. I think that was the reason. I think healthcare was actually as important as imagined. You're waiting for party officials, which are currently not here, so you're not going to finish your studies this time. Are you going to visit the doctor now, though? Come on. Yes. Visit doctor. Do it. Let's put that to 3. Let's hope. Why are you going to the bus stop? Because there was no doctor in here for the time when you actually wanted to visit one? That's not good. That might explain it. Well, your wait time is almost up. So now you go. And there will be a doctor waiting for you. Which should improve your health with a completed visit. From 40% to... what will we get? Anything? 52. Excellent. Lifespan of 65 and up. Maybe successful studies? Yeah, very likely. And we got another highly educated worker. So we actually lost a student due to low health, because their lifespan went down to very low amounts, and then they counted as a natural death. Apparently, they didn't count as an emergency anymore. They just died based on their life expectancy. Drink alcohol. Yeah, that's gonna help your health. Sure. Okay, keeping our people healthy, very important. You should be able to move into your own flat after you finish your free time, I assume. And then maybe get like 5 children or so, if possible. And you moved over to the flats. Excellent. working in the clinic. So health should be going up again. We shouldn't have any emergencies. The studies with foreign workers seem to be reasonable. Now is the question if we can actually recover our population. Happiness and health is going back up. But is it enough? We dropped our population quite a bit. And we don't have any recent births. But our population is still fairly young. 40, 34, 40, 25. Okay, these ones are all older than 30 except one. Should still be possible, right? I mean, with the extra higher educated citizens, we should be able to fully staff the clinic all day around now, making sure that the health of our citizens is as best as can be. But will they find the time to have more children? So far, no new child. All of the people that can have children, or they have already a higher education. Another student, 16 years old, should be able to get a higher education fairly quickly. I can't really force them to go into the Hall of Residence. They're living at home. I think our school education might be a little bit slow. Still seems to be okay. Probably gonna get to 1.0 at 15 years of age. It's not that slow. Health, 56%. Currently doing a doctor visit, finishing a doctor visit after the free time is up. Your health is now 70% with a lifespan of 79. Glad you visited that doctor. And we got a new child. 0.6 years old, 1. This is like... this is going to take a while. I thought this would be a nice short challenge that would be easy to fail, but we're clinging on. This is going to be rough. We're also going to run into the point of like vehicle repairs in like 3 years. I might actually just replace the vehicles instead of building a repair station. I guess a small repair station is doable. 1 worker. Okay, just keep having children, keep the health high, keep the education running. If we had gotten lucky and gotten a highly educated worker right away, things would have been way easier. But imagine starting with like citizens that don't have any education at all. Like one might have an education and the other 9 don't have any. And they would also have the potential for really low health. So a lot of them might already die fairly quickly. So it is possible to make this even more difficult. So if a building isn't staffed, they wait at the bus stop instead of the building itself. Trying to get culture. We have a building for that, you should wait in front of it. probably gonna be someone to let you in. Okay, you're 15 years old, you want to get a higher education soon, hopefully you can finish your school studies quickly. Well, so much for a small challenge. This is going to take a while. I might have to get an orphanage to increase our population growth, regardless of the low loyalty. But then again, do we even have like people that would turn into orphans? Right now we don't have anyone going to prison, so I don't think there's any orphans, except for if people die while they still have children. Death of children is not really an unhappiness factor right now. If it was, then yeah, should probably do it. I don't even know if crime is potentially a problem. I assume not. We have so few workers that there should be no crime at all. And there isn't. Two university students, very good. I kinda wanna up these to like 3 workers to have a higher chance of them being staffed all day around. And they don't have to go to the bus platform first, because that does lose them time. What are you trying to do? You already got food, you already did your sport. I don't know. Maybe you're trying to stay away from your child. Maybe I should let our highly educated workers run wherever they want to, instead of forcing them into the clinic. 2 people were starving. I think that's still from the start of the year. Visit doctor. It should be the easiest thing in the world for us. But apparently all 3 doctors decided to do their shift at the same time, and now no one's staffing the clinic. Come on! Damn it, you didn't get your doctor visit in, so your health went down. Can I improve population growth in another way than getting an orphanage? Will an orphanage help? I don't think so. But there might still be orphans that don't actually count. Like, they still happen, but they don't count as a detrimental effect if you don't take care of them. So for the benefit of like this succeeding, I think I might have to get an orphanage. They would want to go to the school. They need people. Can I reliably supply workers to the orphanage so that they don't turn criminals? I don't think so. I think the orphanage is probably the wrong choice, because I barely get like sufficient workers for all of the workplaces, and if an orphanage doesn't get it, then The children would turn into criminals, and we would have other problems to deal with. Okay, all the people have a child or already have the university education. Two people close to growing up, running through the university education right now. If they don't finish their studies, I think I would let them have children first. But if they're like 1.7 or closer, I would probably move them into the Hall of Residence. Yeah, I think it makes sense to make them get a university education first. Let me try and unassign all of these and let you walk wherever you see fit. Maybe you have like the idea of school education being a little bit more important because things are slow there. I still think the clinic is way more important, but maybe our people have different opinions. Paying about 5,000 rubles per month in foreign workers. We're mostly getting highly educated workers. We're not getting as many regularly educated workers anymore, which is probably the reason why some of the buildings are understaffed. But it doesn't seem to be the reason that we are having issues right now. I guess starvation is a reason for being understaffed. Or being understaffed is the reason for starvation. We'll add one bus back to the route, bringing more workers. But only one. That is going to be a lot of workers though. 80 workers? That's a lot. So this will take care of a lot of workplaces. It might not even be able to unload all of them. Yeah, that's fine. But this should now fill all of the buildings completely, meaning that the highly educated workers can actually focus on those work slots. And it might mean that if the staff slots are always filled, that the people actually go to the building to wait rather than waiting at the bus stop. I'll reduce the amount of firefighters, so we reduce the amount of workers here that we get. I think 15 firefighters is enough for us. Not sure if this is actually beneficial to population growth, but making sure that everyone can get food whenever they want, instead of having to go to the bus stop and then hope that the person shows up in the grocer. This is way more stable. I guess I could reduce this back down to 3 workers. But the benefit of having more workers here is that they can organize their shifts a little bit better. You're trying to visit a doctor, so hopefully someone will actually come here to allow you to buy food, so that you can go to the doctor after, even though you barely have any time left. Didn't work out. Life expectancy of 70 years. Unfortunate. Still no new child. 3 people ready for university education. Not much else to say, really. We hope that they finish their university education before they turn 21 and then they can join the workforce, have children, without being forced into the Hall of Residence. That's really all there is to this. Maybe I should have smaller residential buildings than that large housing block. Closer to the workplaces. $1.42 for your education. No teacher for you. The distribution of highly educated workers is dubious. I'll reduce you back down to 3 and see if this helps. Fresh student. Life expectancy is now 82. Health doesn't have any warnings anymore. So it seems like the warnings don't... When I played first with the warnings, I thought they sticked around from year to year, but it seems like they stick around until you actually resolve them. Until the people that had the issues actually make those issues go away. So whenever the citizens can visit a culture building successfully, the warning would go away. But presumably the warnings that stay here are from the people that probably died, and so those warnings might not be able to go away until next year. What challenge do I do? Hello, Sancho. My challenge is that I clicked get 10 immigrants once, and I'm trying to grow a population from it. Oh, we got another child. So basically I'm trying to grow a population and a successful settlement of 1,000 people from 10 migrants. And it's turning out to be really tough. But also really low intensity, because there's not much else I can do other than wait. We did realize that healthcare was really important. Initially I thought it was important, then I went away from it, and then we had like 5 people die fairly early on. That didn't even count as a health emergency, so we're trying to recover our population again. 16 was where we started at, 10 workers and 6 children. Now we're at 8 workers and 6 children, so it seems to be going well again. We have to make sure that our healthcare is really good and we don't run into problems that way. I was thinking about building an orphanage to maybe catch a few extra children, but I guess I could have an orphanage because I'm bringing in a lot of workers. But I decided against it because the issue of crime and low loyalty could be detrimental to our society. Other than that, future issues could involve money, vehicle repairs, building maintenance, lots of other things. Hard and lung challenge, hope you buy really good healthcare when the Republic comes from only 10 person. Yeah, I mean, as I said, we had half of them already die, but it's climbing back up. So hopefully it will be successful. I thought it would be a somewhat fast challenge, but yeah, cutting your population in half, yeah. The other thought was you could make it even harder by getting the migrants from third world countries at first, which would come in with even lower health, no education, even more problems. Or you could make it a little bit easier by getting 5 expert migrants. I think having expert migrants would make this easier, even though you would have fewer people and less children to start out with. They would help you with healthcare, education, etc. I think it would probably be easier. But I'm not sure. Just thinking about it. But yeah, seems like we're starting to have a few extra children again. Once the current students finish their studies, they can also move into the workforce and also start having children. Maybe we have to actually do some like resource to actually earn ourselves some money. I guess I could look around and see if we have any oil nearby, because that one would be probably the easiest to run because it doesn't require any workers except for building maintenance. Looks like there's no oil here whatsoever. And if there's oil, it would be too far away, so I don't see any possibility for that. Unless I find oil next to another customs house. Then we would need to start construction down here. I could spare a free construction office. Could I spare another fire station, though, is the question. Maybe we need a small farm to earn us some money. Would this farm by itself be profitable? I don't know. But a farm would be the other resource that we could get that doesn't require workers. I don't see any oil. It's really annoying looking for it without the map overlay, so we're gonna stop doing that. But I mean, I don't have much else to do. Could build a small farm. I would have a lot of time designing fields, I guess. Don't think I need any large farm or anything like that. Just a small farm to have some amount of income. Would it make 7,000 rubles per month? I don't think so. Maybe we need to hold off and save money until we have enough population to build a clothing factory and earn us money. Running all of these buildings at these higher population counts is costing us money. Let me see if we can run a clothing factory with foreign workers productively. So we're getting fabric at 405. That means we need 810 in profit. But we get 1,500. That means that's 700 rubles more. And then foreign workers cost us, let's say 10 rubles, rounded up. We get 1.2 tons of clothing for 80 workers. That means I need to divide 1.2 tons of clothing by 80 and then calculate that against the profit margin of 700, which means I'm not going to do the math because it's way too warm right now. I think running a clothing factory with foreign workers is profitable. I don't remember right now, but I think it was profitable. It might have changed since last time, but maybe we can run it. I really ought to do the math on it. Okay, 1.2 for 80 workers. Divided by 80. So 1.2 0.015 times 700. That comes up to 10.5. So we get a 10.5 profit, but it costs us 9.8. So it would be a tiny amount of profit, and that is excluding fuel cost. So presumably a clothing factory could be profitable. I guess we'll set one up and run it and see if that works. I'm really worried about pollution though. That's like one thing I'm really worried about with this. It needs to be as far away as possible to not cause pollution, but close enough so that we can use our existing infrastructure to send workers to it. The overlap from the heating plant and the clothing factory would probably generate extra pollution, so it should probably be on this side. So that there's a lower chance for it to overlap with the residential building, combining the pollution. I also think that we should probably hook it up here, so that fire trucks can get to it a little bit faster. This has water, sewage and electricity from existing connections. This will get workers from the bus stop. This will get a waste storage next to itself, so that we may recycle the biological waste for a farm if we want to. We could run a farm without machinery. We could run it with imported workers, but I think that's only something to do with like domestic workers, not with foreign workers. 1.78 education level. 3 students now. Very good. One of the highly educated workers should have moved into the party official slot though. Allow more workplaces for party officials again. How's healthcare? 91% life health. So that one's very good. Culture enjoyment is going up, sports enjoyment is going up. So we basically didn't bring enough workers in to man the facilities. Let's hope that the clothing factory can reduce the cost a little bit of running this whole setup. If it's not profitable, then it will be as soon as we have enough citizens living here. And I might have to go around and look for an oil field. Maybe there's something here. What I'm doing is basically not looking at the color, but at the quality of source changing. But I might... Oh! There's some oil here. Very tiny amounts of oil. Ah, there's more here. Which is quite far away. So definitely not possible for us unless we want to run a fire station there with foreign workers. An additional one at least. I guess the other option would be a logging camp, because that one would barely need any workers for the sawmill or the logging camp itself. But right now we'll try for a clothing factory and running that with a few foreign workers, so that our one bus that is bringing in a lot of workers always has enough room to unload them. I'll turn the heating plant up to 3 workers. I'm getting a little bit worried about the heating plant decreasing its heat quite quickly, especially since it's only 13 degrees and there shouldn't be any problems with heating right now. Looks like we went through all of the foreign workers that had piled up at the customs house, so maybe if we add the clothing factory we'll see more again, but we'll see. Why they never change it that a farm need workers? Well, you can run, oh, the game crashed. You can run a farm with just workers, but you don't have to. So you can harvest fields with workers basically. But you get a reduced yield, which I don't like that much. But I guess it makes sense, somewhat. Last autosave 2 minutes ago. Let's go back. Not sure why the screen is still black on OBS. Game capture. There we go. So, speaking of minimum viable settlements, this is like a challenge that really speaks to me, because I like to make cities and settlements that have the fewest amount of citizens necessary. And right now we're below that. So right now we're trying to get over the limit of where we don't actually need foreign workers anymore. And then grow up to 1,000 citizens, and then we would be good. If the money lasts until then. I thought it would be way easier money-wise, but it looks like we actually have to start earning some money, even though we still have over 900,000 rubles left. Inflation will decrease that quite quickly, if this challenge takes somewhat long time. Maybe I should invest it by buying a bunch of electronics and getting ready for trading them back whenever we need money. It doesn't sound like a terrible idea, actually. Looks like we have one person living in the Hall of Residence. 21 years old, didn't quite finish your studies, but you're sticking around until you do. That's very commendable. So, hopefully you finish them soon. You also make the research thing again. I don't think we're going to do any research right now. I mean, what am I going to research right now that could help? The only thing I could think of is the large monument. And I guess the map overlay to find oil easier, and maybe bauxite. I don't have the ability to get extra settlements that make sense. So I didn't really include the low-tech challenge in this. But I don't think we're going to do any research until we have like at least 200 people. And even then I think the challenge can probably be done without any research at all. Right now the focus is on getting the education to anyone who wants it. The low-tech challenge will be something for a more conventional run. This is not that. Hopefully you finish your studies soon, then you can move out and join society. 3 times up. Very good. Didn't do sport, unfortunately, for some reason. But that's okay. Will you finish your higher education? Probably not. Probably has to do that 2 or 3 more times. And the staff and party officials left, so a few more times after that as well. I could just plop down a field and have people walk here to sow the field, but yeah, that... With foreign workers, I think it doesn't make sense. The price of foreign workers is just too high to make that a thing. For clothing, it might be possible. Quick math says baby. I don't know if I made a mistake during the math. Probably, but we'll see. We're getting fewer foreign workers nowadays, since we're taking all of them with the large bus. We have a lot less foreign workers now, which is a little bit concerning. A lot of the facilities aren't running anymore. And the heating plant is the main concern. If this is not running during winter, we have a really bad problem. Let's pause the clothing factory for now. Let's put the heating plant at 4 workers again. Oh, we have a health emergency. One of our students needs an ambulance. 17% health. I'll get moved to... Oh great, why are you driving along the road? I'll get moved to the clinic and hopefully we'll have a doctor there. I believe it would have been faster going to the footpath entrance, but whatever. Do we have doctors here? No, we don't. Will we have some doctors soon? I don't know. We have 12% left. 11. 10. It's like our top student. Come on, save him. Thank you. You're not gonna... I hope you finish the emergency care so that he may at least leave. 20%. There we go. He's all good again. Well, relatively. So that was a little bit scary. Yes, their health is low. Didn't they had already low health when they moved into the Hall of Residence? Still getting healthcare. And at 40% they're leaving. Getting some food. And back to the Hall of Residence. Maybe finishing your studies now. 1.96. Let's make sure that automatic vehicle replacement is turned off. I will have to manage that manually. I mean, those vehicles should not be used up that quickly. What are you doing? Oh, you're doing road construction, right. Stop auto searching and unassign yourself. I'm gonna assign you to manually assignment mode. because we don't need any workers to finish the road construction. Don't take workers away from our heating plant, for example. Okay, another person who finished education. That means our population count is going to go up, and our worker count is going to go back to 9 as soon as they finish their free time. And there we go. So we're back up to 9 workers, with the difference that 5 of the 9 people have a higher education. If we can keep population growth high, if we can make sure that our healthcare system is always fully staffed, or sufficiently staffed most of the time, I think we got this, but it's gonna take a while, and I think money might become a thing that we have to worry about. You should go visit a doctor. I think I'll tell these people again to go to the doctor, to work there, and otherwise go to the party HQ as a second priority, and if there's still demand for more work, go to the grocer instead. I want to make sure that our healthcare is excellent, which currently it isn't. I don't want our health to drop down again. We need to get a handle on that. This is of quite high importance. Do we have any students right now? We have 2 who are at the point where they could study. I'm not sure if they are studying or if they're still going to school. Can't see them right now. There's 1 person in the auditorium. Almost finished with their studies also. Very good. And there's the second one, halfway through their university studies as well. Okay, so this will be a very slow process getting to where we want to go. I can only repeat that, but we have achieved 56% higher education in our population. So at least there's that. Any foreign worker that we get that has a higher education is basically going to go into our school or in our university. I think with our small clinic we might have enough higher educated workers to run it, even if they balance themselves a little bit weirdly sometimes in the slots that they go to. Should I take you out of the route again? Feels like you used up all of the foreign workers that we piled up. And you're driving up the cost of running our settlement by 1,000. But then again, we need more workers to run all of the facilities right now. Until we actually grow our population, we basically had a setback. I don't think our settlement is going to change for a while. I don't know what other improvement we could make to help with things. I could add, I guess, some buildings that deal with like demand for spirituality, but I don't see any. Oh, we could run a hotel. But I guess we don't have any food or alcohol production, so profit of that would be minimal, if at all present. Yeah, I don't see any other facility that we could go for. Mining would be very workforce intense. Definitely couldn't run a mine with 4 workers and be profitable, I don't think. The Hall of Residence is outside of a loyalty boosting building, but I guess they're gonna get a loyalty boost whenever they visit the university. Satisfied demand culture, getting food, and hopefully going to the museum after. Seems like you're doing that. And back home. Or Hall of Residence, I guess. 1.8 night education level, so we'll get another highly educated worker soon. As soon as they finish their study. And we have a fresh student. Looks like you're 21 years old. So I guess the benefit of having a Hall of Residence is also that people will finish their study even if they're older than 21. So definitely mentally take a note of that. Make sure a Hall of Residence is present. People will want to finish their studies. And it'll have the benefit of giving you more highly educated workers in general. So the point that I sometimes have where I have like 10 people in the auditorium and then 40 people waiting, if I had a Hall of Residence, it wouldn't be that much of a problem. I guess people would study until the age of 25 to 30, and they would still get a higher education. Three people trying to study. No one here to let them study. Not enough time. Should I reduce the clinic back down to 2? I think so. It's the main building that our own citizens are going to go to, so there should be enough workers here. I believe. And then after that they'll go to the party HQ. So we'll have like 1 extra worker going to the party HQ more often. With 6 highly educated workers we'll be able to fill 2 work slots. Either the clinic or sometimes the party HQ. 1.89 still. Okay. This is going to take longer than expected, for sure. With that person finishing their studies, I think we'll be back to 10 workers. And we'll be in a better position than when we first got the migrants. We did spend 50,000 rubles so far. think we had 1 million when we started with the settlement, and then 50,000 on foreign workers until now. Building that clothing factory might be necessary, but I don't know if I want to do that right now, because it would be standing around and potentially requiring maintenance earlier than actually giving us some profit. Wait, one person starving again recently. I think we're getting fewer and fewer foreign workers. Yeah, maybe that large bus is a little bit detrimental. With the microbuses, we might be able, with one additional microbus, we might be able to spread out the workforce a little bit more efficiently. And then still have a full supply of workers at the customs house at all times. I'll move you back into storage for now. We're close to, well, we're already at -7 degrees. Temperature is not looking great. I guess I'll move you back out on the road. Yeah, I guess we'll have to just keep running you. It's fine. Still at 1.93. Still not done with your studies. Hopefully that changes fairly soon. We need more workers. You're now 22 years old. You're studying right now. Our teachers still have plenty of time, our staff still has plenty of time, so we'll probably get done this time. And then we should be back to 10 workers after you finish your free time. Nope, 1.98, so you need to do that one more time. But then you should hopefully be done. Anyone selling food? Thank you. Yeah, running out of workers in our critical infrastructure right now is not that fun. I might have to... I guess the firefighters don't matter, that's mostly the overflow of workers. School is running minimal amount of workers at 2. I don't really want to lower the shopping centers more, because then they go to the bus stop again, and if that overlaps with the same time of the time runs out when they wait here and there's no one working in the facilities again, then they don't go there. But maybe 5 is a little bit high. Let's limit it down to 3 for all of them. Even the grocer. We don't need 5 workers there. And trying to buy food again, are you? This time successfully. And it's empty again. And there's one again. We need a self-checkout. It's what we need. It would be nice that farm requires workers. It would be nice that if a farm uses workers in addition to machinery, there would be a benefit to it. I think requiring workers would be very difficult. But I can see where people are coming from. I think the mechanization of farming is like a big thing in the game. You can... Maybe we should try a farming run without machinery, just people working on fields. I think that would be really, really painful. Okay, 1.75 also living in the Hall of Residence. The other one still hasn't finished their studies. Since transportation trucks don't... Yeah, transportation trucks. Tractors, harvesters, transportation trucks all run without workers. Can we finish the studies this time? Probably. Yes. Yes, you finished them. Very good. Welcome to our workforce. After you finish your free time, of course. Cool. I guess it makes sense on that way. I guess requiring workers for farms would introduce like a seasonal thing where there could be a problem, like if you send workers to the farm, either you have so many workers that whenever the farms aren't requiring workers, you would run into unemployment issues. Or if you have so little workers that you don't have unemployment issues, then they might take workers away from your settlement, and then there could be other problems. I guess you could make it so that if workers work in the fields tearing away, I don't know the English word right now, but bad plants that spoil the growth of your value crops, then you could make them work throughout the year for a benefit of like fertility growth. What's the English word for it? Let me look it up. Weed. So if weed is growing on your next to your plants and taking away their nutrition and space of growth. Conscript the students to harvest. No, students need to study and join the workforce. Just run in summer to the farm and in winter to food factory. Well, yes. That's true. Seasonal shifts. Seasonal workplaces. Would be an interesting idea. Alright, so now we have 10 workers again with 60% higher education. We're back to where we started, except we have 60% higher education. So we're now better than the 5 highly educated workers start. We have double the workforce and even one more higher education citizen. The heating plant scares me a lot. And it's out of workers again. And the long walking distance means that we probably get the message that the production has stopped. Ah, we didn't get it this time. One worker seems to be able to slow down the decrease quite well. 2 workers means that it increases again. Happiness is very good now. Healthcare is very good. I think this is under control. Now we basically have to wait for population growth to happen. Maybe we can get an orphanage. I still vote against it, but I don't think it would help. It would probably help the population growth, but it would introduce other issues, I believe. And we dropped 1 worker again. We're back down to 9. I don't know why. We had 2 deaths recently, so they were not emergencies, they were probably related to lifespan again. This is like rough. This is we need more population. What do I really have to build the orphanage? I don't know if we lost the children, if they had like children with them and they also went away. I guess we'll build an orphanage and hope that it works. It will have to be run by foreign workers. We don't have enough domestic workers though. I don't like the idea of the orphanage, but I think it might be our only way into sufficient population growth. Let's split up the road here and pause that one. And this can be a gravel road. I guess we'll build an orphanage. I mean, they get all of the resources they need inside the building, but they would like to go to school and maybe university, I imagine. What building? Maybe close university until you get 20 to 25 workers. I believe that if I get, let's say I get 25 workers, I believe I would get into a really big trouble trying to then establish university education. Because I get like two workers with higher education here every now and then, and that isn't sufficient. So my idea was that I would need to establish the higher education in our society before I started trying to grow our population. That was my thought process. Like if I started growing up to like 50 workers, I would have had really bad trouble trying to get the people to get a university education going. Unless I tried to go to a really high population count and then imported workers from other custom houses via helicopter or via road and then boost the higher education. But I don't know where the limit is with the amount of workers we're getting. I think we're barely getting enough workers to run a clinic, a school with the foreign workers. I don't think that would work if I had like 20 or 30 people living here. The children were barely able to get educated, so there was a little bit of a limit to that. We're gonna try an orphanage. It's gonna run with a low amount of foreign workers. It might have a lot of criminality issues. I'm really worried about criminality from the orphanage. We don't have the capacity to run a police station or anything else right now. And crime could potentially murder people. People who are criminals could just decide to do serious crimes and off our citizens. I don't think this is a good idea. It might be a good idea when we have enough workers to run a police station. Or if we can make sure that we can run the orphanage with enough citizens as workers. I don't know if we have that. But maybe it'll help our population growth. Maybe we're actually losing a lot of children that I don't realize. Doesn't look like it though. Well, I guess we only have 3 children left. So maybe we actually do. You're almost done with your studies as well. Come on, one party official. Finish your studies. Oh, that's not you. You're at 1.42. Never mind. I was thinking of someone else. Well, we're bumbling around at like 10 workers. We're slowly losing money as time goes on. I think we have to do something. I think population growth is insufficient. We're probably losing population. We have to make sure that we conserve all of the children that might lose their parents prematurely. And the orphanage might be a necessity for this. Okay, heating plant seems to be running okay. So maybe we can boost the population growth at the cost of potentially criminality. I mean, if we have sufficient staff, the criminality would not go up, but the loyalty would be really low. So then again, we would need a secret police to make sure that those people don't get a university education, otherwise it drives down the loyalty of our other citizens who might want to study. Maybe we have to build our society based on that. Population growth, secret police. This is turning out much weirder than I thought it would. Looks like we're back up to 10 workers with 6 highly educated ones, so you finished your study successfully. And someone who's below 21 years old is still studying. One person is going to school and one person is not old enough yet. And they're going to kindergarten. Let's cut down our kindergarten to 3 workers. We don't need that many here. Maybe we could cut down the kindergarten to 0 workers and just deal with the fact that one person is not working instead of employing 3 foreign workers full-time here. Once we start having more children, then yes, we should probably have some people working in the kindergarten, but right now I'm just going to deal with the fact that there will be unemployed workers because of small children, and it will be 1 unemployed worker instead of having 1 full-time worker or 3 full-time workers manning the kindergarten. That will have to be built by a bus with workers, because the road is too short. Well, I think I'm going to put a cut in here. It's been interesting. I'm not sure if we got anywhere. I mean, we did get somewhere. Our population got lowered down a little bit by 3 citizens. We still have the same amount of workers though. Our average life expectancy is 83, which is very high. Average age is 32. I think we still have a good chance at things if our citizens start having more children. We have 1 unemployed person because of a child, but we're now employing less people in the kindergarten, and those people could be employed in the orphanage instead. And maybe that will save a few workers, a few children, if like we have unexpected deaths again occurring, and those were parents of previous childs. So we'll try next time to boost our population growth with an orphanage, keep our population high, and hopefully the orphanage doesn't cause any issues. I don't have good experiences with orphanages in this game, but maybe this will change my mind. Maybe it's actually what we need in this case. I'm gonna find out. As I said, thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. We'll probably continue this tomorrow. It's a little bit of a different kind of challenge. I'm not sure if the game is... I'm not sure how many more options we will have for this, but as soon as we get like to 100 workers, which is 10 times as many workers as we have right now, we will have options. We basically currently have to work towards decreasing the amount of foreign manpower we need. As our population grows, that is something we can achieve. With 100 workers, we'll probably have a decent amount that we actually might be able to run a clothing factory to generate some profit, but we'll have to wait and see. As I said, thank you very much for watching. Have a good Thursday afternoon, and as always, maybe I'll see you next time.